see the freaking screen. Oh my god. What the freak is going on, Bray? There we go.
As I told you before,
Third celebrate. Oh shit, your TikTok is on. Alright, first time for everything. Welcome everybody. We got also interest y'all in hopping on what's one call it YouTube. You feel me? I'd be hella appreciative. Y'all could go on YouTube and follow me there. Um, I didn't find the freaking. Thank. Da, 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 da. Alright, so I guess I'm gonna just slide it the long way.
I can't use this yet. I am overburdened.
First, I'd be overburdened.
I can't use this yet.
Freak is your to an attack rate in honestly, it's worthless. Kill the fetish! Jump him! Jump them! Oh, my bad. I was fixing something. Okay. There we go. The skinny white boy army. They. Out. I'm sorry. Get him! Dead end. Why rule this map, yo? Literally amazed. Dead end again. Thank you for the coins. Get him! Jump him! Get them! Yo, many. What is that? mana. Send it to me.
I can't hear you.
Send it in the Discord, baby. Looks like I need resistance versus lightning. I kind of sort of want to go kill Andariel and Duriel. Not gonna lie. Yeah, next.
I am overburdened.
Death Advocate approaches. Where is it? Where is it? Where is Death Advocate? Where is Death Advocate? It's showing here. Like, what is it? Hello everyone, that's on 6 calls. Y'all please mind going on YouTube. Would appreciate that very much. Or Twitch. Have y'all know, close to your boat and whatnot. foot and all the very strong.
I am overburdened.
I'm surrounded.
Good
Ew,
evening.
identify everything.
Yes.
Sure. More attack rating. So this. So that.
Greetings.
Gambles, huh? Damn. Alright. Bad hand, I guess. Yo, you go killing Daria, but I don't. Yeah, there. In the Discord, you think it's funny? Copy. I'm gonna check it out after. town portal. Come on.
I can't use this yet.
She's in the Slayer jungle, and she's in the Slayer. Okay. I'll go for the Slayer.
I can't use this yet.
this yet.
Turn the volume to 98 because I can barely hear oh. You heard that, Finch?
Greetings.
Oh, hi there.
Now let's go find Duriel.
I need mana. that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Get out of my way.
I can't.
I'm not going for Duria, but me. Looking every single little thing. It was only a Dario.
Greetings.
Thank all the
I can't do that here.
Again, 444 sub, huh? Okay, I see you. How we doing, bro? You want to make it 445? With me, my zombies. Testes, testes. You're trolling. Of course you can hear me. I see the mic feedback. Are you trolling me? How about now? Can y'all hear me good? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. How about now? Y'all should be able to hear very good now. Is it better? Do you want would it be better louder, or it just cause y'all can hear better? I'm a half. I'm at a half, and it's hearable now. Gameplay is silent though. I see the feedback. Okay. I get it. Now I don't want to sound judgy. Nah, you good. The game is a little bit silent though. I upped it a little bit. It's good now. Copy, copy. Okay, I gotta remember for when I play Diablo, I gotta pull up the volume. It's cause for when I'm playing other games like Marvel Rivals, that game be screaming. Well, that's what I've been told. Da 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 da. Get him! Get him!
is a powerful weapon. Perhaps Ormus can tell me more about it.
Stay a while and listen.
You have done well, noble hero. Ormus congratulates you. The old spirits of Skatsim will watch over
Is it
you for
unhealthy
returning
that I
their
play
sacred blade.
Path of Titans for 5
Now,
hours? and
after
felt
all
like
these
this?
years,
Damn
Ormus
question.
will once
Nah.
again use his powers to protect
Sometimes
the
I'll be
innocent
playing.
from the shadow. The spell that protects the dark
Path
side
of
shall
Titans for the
now
whole
be
day,
reinforced.
and I look up and it's like, oh shit, sun is down. I haven't heat. He just sat down, stuck to the freaking monitor.
This magic ring.
Poison resist 11, damage is about 1, light
Greetings.
Yes.
Greetings.
like it's only me and you. The OG, us back. The OGs. Appreciate you a lot. Not gonna lie. And the fact it's a game that y'all we got the brain, we got the eye now. Toshiro, Surge, Gallon, Heart under the two rocks, Bazaar. Do I know who you are? Not necessarily. Your name does look familiar. I'm not sure, is it? Through here.
Hello? This is most fun.
Now that fewer of the Iron Wolves are needed to guard the dockside, some...
Since I last watched your stream. Wow.
What can I do for you?
It's crazy you do that, bruh. And here I thought we was like this. You feel me? Like on some Ace Boon Kuntin. Nah, I'm kidding. I appreciate you coming back though. Yeah, I understand, bro. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm about to go grab something to munch on. You dig? I gotta work hard and become the next rocket scientist. The next rocket scientist, you say, eh? Alright, let me put something on while I eat. I mean, this construction hard. Ooh. Ooh. Chat, when you're always in the mood for some good talks
The opening sequence of episode 65 takes us back in
of
time.
good content of Attack on Titan, this dude right here, Korodos, I'm telling y'all, I'm telling y'all, I'm telling y'all, he has the best talks and talking points and banters and everything about Attack on Titan. Walk in.
To Willie saying his goodbyes before the festival, obviously expecting that he's not going to come back. Though the curious thing here is
Yeah,
the
I'm
very
gonna go
opening
live
frame
on
of
the
several
moon.
toys.
I'm
All
gonna
the
go
way back
live
in
on
Aaron's
the
dream in
moon.
episode 1, we saw a similar but not exactly the same set of toys, along with a melted statue that may or may not be Helos. Considering the importance of the declaration of war and how big of a role it plays in Aaron's story, I think even if it's not one-to-one, the connection there is
You're
intentional.
Attack on
It might
Titan
not be as
freak?
crazy foreshadowing as
Lock in,
the dream
baby.
itself, but I think it's
Lock
another
in.
small detail to even further strengthen that core of
He pointed out some details. Me as a freaking Attack on Titan, like you said, lack of a better word, freak. Bruh, he pointed out some stuff that was like, whoa, what in the hell? I never saw it like that. You watched the whole thing. Watched the whole thing. I read the whole thing. It's a beautiful show, but lock in.
Aaron's long dream. More on future Aaron shenanigans later, because I think there's a line in this episode that a lot of people seem to misunderstand. As for Willie, though, this is basically a funeral procession. From the chilling piano to the awkward, stilted fading of normalcy with his children, there's always this undertone of it already all being over.
You.
Considering we've known Willie for all of 3 episodes and he isn't really that good of a dude, it's definitely impressive how heavy this scene still feels. And speaking of heavy scenes, we then cut to Willie and Magath in the carriage. Initially, they just talk about the predicament they find themselves in, most of which is stuff we've already discussed at length. Magath says that nothing is guaranteed, but his speech, along with their transit, is the most likely points of attack. Something we can, of course, confirm. Willie, on the other hand, talks about how the Tiber House has been working on improving the image of Eldians for a long time. Something we also saw with Willie himself, as he called out his own Eldian heritage multiple times. It's all about forcing the Marleyan population to give up on that distinction altogether. They just can't call Willie a descendant of the hero, even though that hero is obviously a lie, while also calling Eldians, aka Willie, a descendant of the devil. It just
Your
doesn't
doodoo
make
knife
sense.
that cuts like that.
But as Willie notes that, despite all of that, a threat has already slipped in right under their noses, we cut to the street where we see a spy watching the carriage. I don't think this is supposed to be anyone in particular, but we already know that, aside from Aaron, Jean too, and clearly the rest of the scouts are right here in Marley. More than anything, I
Ern
think it's
broke
just a
the
point to
one
illustrate
rule in
that there
anime.
really
What
is
was
no
the
way
one
out
rule
for
in anime, Levi? What was the one rule?
Regardless of what their next move was, they are completely boxed in by Paradis, by Atsumabito, by Zeke, by the anti-Marleyan forces, and likely a handful of other nations that just jump at the opportunity to revolt. And I absolutely love the soundtrack here. The track is titled Cold Light, and it really embodies that sense of this cold and villainous, yet still uncertain plan. It high-key gives me Resident Evil vibes. It is peak. Also, Ronald McDonald
Yeah.
has arrived. Also, parts of this episode, and this sequence in particular, is a bit of a victim of the horse meme. The cinematography is incredibly static, with a bunch of reused close-ups, which, when compared to the literally rotoscoped scenes in the prior episodes, definitely seems a bit funny. It does make
Yeah.
perfect sense considering the rest of the episode is non-stop action, and the rest of this arc is non-stop action with basically every shifter at the same time, but it is still a little bit funny. It doesn't compare to the infamous necklace cloned versions of Eren though, because like, I still don't know what that was. Magath notes that they're using awfully expensive baits, but Willie fires back saying that he'll give them all the incompetent Marley commanders they
Not
want
this,
on a
Eren.
silver platter.
No, no, no.
That
He
does
would
make sense,
never let
considering their
somebody
whole plan
power up. You
is a
dumb?
big honeypot and a total reconstruction of the Marleyan military, and we also note that the Marleyan commanders really are incompetent. They literally dismissed Reiner's first-hand intel just because he didn't give them a neat and tidy plan, but even so, it is a massive, massive gamble. The Marleyan military would be absolutely gutted in a single evening, and even with the Global Alliance coming together, their ability to retaliate or even respond to imminent threats would basically be non-existent. I mean, we have the benefit of perfect information. We literally know that if Gabby and Falco didn't get on the airship, that's it, they're cooked. GG's, Reiner would never push for them to restart the campaign right away, and while they'd be putting together the alliance, either the euthanasia plan or the rumbling would be put into motion. Purely in terms of conventional military strategy, Marley-handed parodied the victory basically right here in a single evening. More on that soon TM. Though Magath still says so many will die, not just military. But Willie shoots up saying most of them will be Eldians, literal descendants of devils. I always read this as Magath deliberately pushing Willie to just see if he's really committed to this. We've already seen that he is very good at reading people and generally just good at actually listening and observing. He's not really going to rock the boat or upset the chain of command, but he will use every tool possible to make sure that they maneuver through the situation with the best possible outcome for Marley. With Willie, on the other hand, I think this is a moment of
Worth
very,
it.
very strong cognitive dissonance. I think most of this is just him trying to convince himself that this is indeed the right call. When he says that Magath has sent countless Eldians into machine guns and saying, uniform or not, it doesn't matter, clearly, it does matter. There is a very, very big difference, and he knows it. But he is already committed, and so he just tries pushing this as if to convince himself that, no, there really is no difference. Obviously, this is absurdly messed up. Like, you can't just write them off, but he kinda has to. And so, Magath makes it very clear saying, this is no war. We don't know who the enemy is, or even what they're capable of doing.
Yup.
We won't be able to protect you, nor the civilians.
But he knew.
Willie, however, simply reaffirms the plan and says that they must become the tragic martyrs.
Yup.
This is one of those classic contradictions Attack on Titan is all about. Willie talks about how he has to become a martyr for the mainland Eldians. He genuinely wants to protect them and to unite Marley as a greater whole. But at the same time, he has stood by for years while those same Eldians have been used as cannon fodder. With
Yep.
all of his power, he hasn't done basically anything. But at the same time, the whole reason he stood by is because he already thought that they had subjugated Marley for way too long. So him lashing out here, I think, is just his mind trying to cope with the tragedy of his own making, but also one that he was simply born into. It is his fault that his children will now grow up without a father. It's his complacency that will result in his sister's, and countless other families' deaths. All of them have been turned into unknowing sheep led to slaughter for some grander chess play. He wants to free them, but with a plan like this, he doesn't even see them as human. All of them, all of those grieving families, all of that pain, it's just a message. And with that said, as Magath reaches out his hand, we get the fire line of Eldians are indeed the descendants of devils, but the two of us are just devils. This is indeed a deal between two devils, both knowingly sacrificing hundreds of lives simply because they were too complacent to change anything otherwise. And with that, we smash cut to Eren's scream, the only sound being this deep
Why
hum,
did
as Will
Eren
said.
have to die?
Rubble Eren's scream because they were too
Eren had to die so that the whole world unites against a common enemy. So that the world forgives what the devils of paradise did. And all the descendants. But hey, at the end of the day, it even showed us that fucking it didn't matter. Later down the line, things will get convoluted and lost in translation, and it will start again.
Complacent to change anything otherwise. And with that, we smash cut to Aaron's scream, the only sound being this deep hum as Willie is eaten. Rubble already peppers the audience, and with Aaron learning that he did not have the Warhammer, he turns his sights on the next targets. Throughout the series, we've talked a lot about these proposed trolley problems, leaders or commanders making sacrifices, and generally, people having to give up on their own humanity. And while you could definitely draw parallels between someone like Erwin and what Magath and Willie is cooking up here, in fact, I think that's a large part of why the Battle of Stoics
I
exists,
said
I still think
advance,
this is
goddammit!
the most callous approach we've ever seen in the series. Erwin might have stood on a mountain of corpses and called himself a naive and selfish leader, but never did he write off hundreds of civilians as just spectacle. When
Yep.
it came down to it, he added himself to that pile of corpses.
Yup,
So
he added
Magath
himself
blatantly saying,
proudly.
"We are
He
not
was right in
descendants of
front
devils, but
of
rather the devils
everybody.
themselves," is certainly fitting.
Talking about
And
my
on top of
soldier's
that, you
rage.
could also rope in Aaron here and make this opening sequence all about this pseudo-agreement between the three devils. All three are bending the perception of the world. They are manipulating others for their vision of what is quote-unquote greater good. But wait, because if you want to overanalyze the overanalysis, you could also rope in Flock here, with him also saying that absolutely everyone here, including civilians, are enemies. At the same time, though,
Damn.
Flock doesn't really fit in here because he is completely lost in the sauce and he genuinely believes this stuff, but this is also not really his own belief, he is just mimicking someone else. But still, Magath,
literally
Willie, and Aaron all know that
regurgitating
they've crossed the
everything
line, marking no
that
return.
Aaron said.
Flock, on the other hand, well, he's doing Flock things.
Yeah.
As for the title of the episode, yeah, it's called
Flock.
Warhammer Titan because she is a Titan with a cross.
Yo, I want to rewatch
obviously.
this story, yo.
Moving into the episode, we open with just a shot of screams and people running for their lives.
Damn.
And immediately note that Aaron is not a point of view character. Exactly as with the warrior reveal, where Reiner was 100% silent, despite us obviously knowing that he is a person, during this initial slaughter, we don't get a single word from Aaron. He is just a monstrous beast launching across the square with no regard for who stands in his way. And speaking of, just like Willie planned, he beelines the honeypot of commanders. But before they get smoothified,
He
I love the
blitzed.
scene of Calvi.
He
As
blitzed the
every
commanders.
single other higher-up starts to scramble, he just sits there, never flinching even as Aaron rushes them.
Because he
I
knew.
think there are a few different ways to interpret this. Number one is that Willie's speech and learning the truth about Marley just broke the illusion, and he realized that his entire life has been a lie. It's hard to really psychoanalyze him because we know next to nothing about him, but we do note that, much like Magath, for him, honor and loyalty are far more important than the arbitrary othering of Eldians. Calling Zeke the
Excuse me.
Golden Boy
Excuse me, get
might
outta
be
here.
a sort of a backhanded compliment, but even among top brass, he hears him out. He never butts in with some witty remark or anything. He genuinely cared what his soldiers had to say, even if they were Eldian. Which then leads me to believe that he genuinely believed in the nation of Marley. And so learning that he has been the helm of what is basically entirely lies, he might have just decided that,
That was the
you
master
know what,
plan.
it's not worth it. Interpretation number two is similar, but also a bit different. During Willie's speech, we saw multiple shots of the higher-ups all turning to Calvi, but even as the tension just kept mounting, he seemingly never responded to anything. So this could rather be him knowing that whatever is going to happen and however it's going to play out, his days are numbered anyway. Like, again, their entire existence is a lie. Surely there would be large-scale reforms, and who knows what would happen to the very head of the Marleyan military. I don't think it's even out of the range of possibility that he realized he was going to die right here. Again, we don't really know if he had a mind for strategy or anything like that, but judging by his reaction, he was almost expecting it. Or finally, numero 3, it could also be just him accepting his fate, and that's it. As soon as Aaron popped his Titan form, he must have known that he is in no position to fight back. So this moment of just staring Aaron down could almost be peaceful bliss of knowing that his war, it's over. There's nothing he can do, no way he can fight. It's just over. I think most of us will have had this feeling of just accepting whatever outcome happens, and in that, there is peace. Like, think about a competition. Before you compete, you are stressed, your adrenaline is pumping. But after you're done, and you're just waiting for the award ceremony, it's over. You're just kinda waiting. It's weirdly peaceful. That's actually not a random example because it's like one of my most nostalgic memories from school. I remember we were just sitting there and talking, and it was so peaceful. There was nothing to be worried about. Everything was already done. I'll never forget that day. That was a good day. Regardless, I think it's a really nice little detail that just makes you think what was going on in his head. 10 out of 10, Chef's Kiss, such a realistic addition, I love it. But I think the most important thing here is what we see on Colt and Gabby's side. As the people just run for their lives, we see them caught up in the storm. They see Sophia already crushed, but as Colt screams for Udo, he is just trampled to death. This scene is still spine-chilling to me. Titans to death. Colt and Gabby is such a real that just makes you think what was going on in his head. 10 out of 10, Chef's Kiss, such a realistic addition, I love it. But I think the most important thing here is what we see on Colt and Gabby's side. As the people just run for their lives, we see them caught up in the storm. They see Sophia already crushed, but as Colt screams for Udo, he is just trampled to death. This scene is still spine-chilling to me.
Yep, I
Titans
remember
slaughtering
this scene.
people is one thing. People shooting each other, it's kind of like,
Okay.
yeah, we're used to it. There's a lot of that in fiction.
But people trampling?
Literally just being ran over by people, it is horrifying.
Yeah.
I've seen some people speculate that this instance of terrified people trampling everything in their wake is sort of an alternate manifestation of the rumbling. As in primal, existential fear that overrides all humanity and they will bulldoze whatever.
You saw what he just pointed out?
This instance of terrified people
I
horrifying.
never thought
I've
of
seen
it
some
like
people
this.
speculate that this instance of terrified people trampling everything in their wake is sort of an alternate manifestation of the rumbling. As in primal, existential fear that overrides all humanity and they will bulldoze whatever. Personally, though, I never really saw it that way. I think it's just meant to be the single most raw depiction of what actual fear and terror looks like. It's purposely there to ask the audience just how much are we ready to excuse from the supposed hero of the story. It makes us ask whether there were any heroes to begin with. If Eren just wanted vengeance,
There are
on the
no
commanders that
heroes,
ordered the
just
attack on
people
Moria,
fighting in a
he
war.
has done it. Assuming they were still alive, they were here, and he just got his vengeance. Everything he does beyond this point is escalation, and we know that this is just the beginning. Okay, that said, we are like 15 minutes into the video, but it is time for cinema. We cut to Laura, and the orchestra of probably my favorite track in the entire series, The Other Side of the Sea, fades in. And so, the Dance of the Titans begins. She thanks her brother, saying he served his duty, and pops her Titan form. Following this point, all the guardrails, they are completely off. I describe it, and this OST in particular, as a dance because,
Alright, have a
unlike
good night,
well,
Levi.
normal
Have a good
TV,
week at school,
the
too.
episode and the events
care.
do not
Thank you
dictate
for
the
coming in.
soundtrack. When the orchestra kicks in and Laura transforms, there is no new motif or a transition into a different track or anything like that. When Eren breaks the ultimate anime rule and pummels her before she can even begin transforming, the music keeps going as if nothing at all has happened. Is the director's way of telling us in this weird, almost fourth wall breaking manner that even the creators are no longer in control. The viewer is just immersed in this dance.
Yeah, we're just...
We will switch points of view. New people will join the dance. And all the dominoes we've been setting up for multiple seasons now will fall right here. There is no stopping this train. We will stop
It's
it
a
though,
train
because let's take a step back for a moment. I joke about Eren breaking the anime rule and interrupting the transformation. But it's again something that fundamentally clashes with viewer expectations. Something we've also seen many times in the same series. Just like the orchestra that just keeps playing, the series, completely ignoring what is a major reveal, pushes that unease of not even knowing what is happening onto the viewers. This is the same thing that made the warrior reveal so great, because
Ymir is a Titan for some reason. No one really seems to care. Yo, Eren, I'm the armored. He's the colossal. What if there's Titans that can dig underground?
suddenly, we are not a third-party observer watching just cool things happen. We
Not
are right
anymore.
there alongside the characters watching what is an active all-out brawl. It almost gives the feeling that we are not peeking in on just produced entertainment. It's almost as if we were watching it play out in real time.
Yup.
And taking another step back, Laura's transformation also breaks all conventions. There isn't a chaotic explosion of lightning and this sudden formation of muscle mass. Rather, is this brilliant white statue forming from the ground up as if it were a projection of the shifter themselves. Ignoring Aaron's interruption, it's this regal and almost graceful formation, its arms stretched out as it looks toward the sky. And mixed with the orchestra, oh my god, it's absolute cinema. I love it so much. Isayama, please, the Great Titan War prequel. I need a royal wedding that is interrupted by a usurper stealing titans. It would be cinema. Call it The Red Wedding. No, we're not taking inspiration. It's called that, accidentally. As we cut to Magath, we see the entire military just scrambling. Remember that to them, this wasn't meant to be a large-scale operation with like a full-blown mobilization. Clearly, they have some heavy equipment, but they were never told that a full-blown raid is to be expected. To them, this is just routine security for a lot of important people. That's it. But yeah, no, it turns out to be a lot more. But Magath fires off a single round, saying they better remember that he was the one to fire the first shots. We talked plenty about this last time, but this is just completing the plan that they set out. Marley's chain of command was basically just obliterated, so Magath makes it extremely clear that he is next in line, just like Willie planned. But he then admits that he never expected such a grand entrance, adding that, judging by the appearance, is the usurper himself, the attack titan, Eren Yeager. And stop right there, because this has always been a small throwaway line that had me scratching my head, because how exactly does he know this is the attack titan and not just the founding titan? Remember that the whole reason why Reiner's squad didn't attack Eren back in Trost is because they were uncertain of what titan he possessed. Eventually, Reiner broke and they gambled on the fact that it is indeed the founder, which Eren then confirmed by using it through contact with Dina. But in that process, they have zero reason to suspect that he might be holding two titans. Something that holds true even for Parody themselves, who only learn about the attack titan in Season 3. He could have easily just been holding the founding titan, and that's it. On Marley's side, the attack titan has been lost for decades, and the founding titan obviously resided on Paradis. Both of their forms would naturally change between shifters, and we see that with Frieda, her pure just founding titan form is not all that different from just a regular titan, just like Eren's attack titan. Unlike the armored, for example, the attack titan and the founding titan, they kinda just look like Giga Chads and that's it. There really isn't like a defining characteristic. And to even strengthen that point, Grisha's attack titan looked nothing like Eren's attack titan. And on top of that, the entire Grisha and Owl incident would have also been a pretty big mystery because there was no one left. Everyone just kinda vanished. So it's not like he can even do method of elimination and say that it was for sure the attack titan who usurped the founding titan. It could have easily just been a pure titan, right? But at the same time, Magath does say, judging by the look. So maybe Marleyan and I guess mostly Tybur research does have some like definitive set of traits that allows them to identify them. But then again, Eren has multiple titans, so how does that figure into this identification process? Marley doesn't really have a big sample pool for people holding multiple titans, do they? And Eren is even hardening his fists, which we know is just like an advanced technique that you can learn through getting the spinal fluid, but what if it's not? What if it's something else entirely? From a purely viewer perspective, the only commonality all the attack titans that we know of have is the green eyes. So, is that it? Is it just the green eyes that allows him to ID him? Who knows, but the attack titan being identified, like, right away, considering barely anything about it should be known, definitely sticks out as a little odd, and personally, I think it's just the show's way of reminding us that it is the attack titan and not just the founding titan. I think this is a bit of a author insert in the same way that Gabby just started yapping about recap. Also, again note that, even as we jump to Magath, the track is continuing uninterrupted, and so, the next domino falls. Magath commands everyone to get into position, saying he has saved them a trip to the island. Like we talked about, capturing the founder right here isn't exactly a part of the plan, but if it were to happen, I mean, that's it, that's GG's. Obviously, they will try to mount their full resistance, regardless of the whole bait that they've laid out. Capturing the founder here is still the ultimate goal. Okay, but for real, Eren being shot up just as that music swells, oh my god, it's so good. And even now, we don't hear a single word from neither the Warhammer nor Eren. We are firmly planted in the perspectives of the civilians, watching these two, quite literally titanic creatures, brawl. And keep in mind, there's been a 4-year time skip. We don't know what Eren is capable of either. He is already using Annie's stance all the time, and his hardening has clearly been perfected. So this fight is largely just as unknown to us as it is to everyone else here. We also get this pseudo-parallel to the fall of Moria, with the dude who kept bugging the warrior candidates being obliterated by a boulder. And another parallel here is with Magath, who is very much having an Erwin moment. Everyone is terrified and scrambling, but he just stands there, stone-faced, casually watching as these two monsters try to rip each other apart. Just like, coincidentally, we saw in Stoics with Erwin. We cut to even more terrified civilians, before ultimately reconnecting with Colt and Gabby, trying to get Udo to the hospital. I think lots of people overlook the little tactic that ECM pulls here. I think this mini Udo B-plot even further adds to the horror of this whole ordeal without you even really thinking about it. A good 90% of time in fiction, when you see someone gravely injured but still somehow make it out, they will survive. Even in Attack on Titan, people will lose limbs, they'll lose eyes, but they will survive. Having those horrible wounds is just to create tension and to convey what they've been through without outright killing them. It's realistic, it serves a purpose in the story, and it still allows the author to still include their stories. But with Udo, things are different. They try to save him. We follow them as they try to get to the hospital. We see them in pain. We see them fear what is happening. We see them hope for him, right alongside all the other families already grieving the dead. But it all amounts to nothing. He dies all the same. It's quote-unquote filler in this episode that has basically no plot importance. But what it does is strengthen the core message of how powerless people are in the face of actual war. Not some great fictionalized story or their own colonialism, but an actual attack on their home. We as the viewers have seen this plenty of times on parody, but seeing Eren do the same exact thing here is, well, not great to see, and for Gabby, that is a lesson as well. This is what she has been doing to other people. Unfortunately, people are like really, really bad, so she has to undergo a really, really bad arc to actually learn. In the meantime, we see Pieck and Porco freed by the Panzer Squad, something that, of course, very much goes against Zeke's plan and it would cause a lot more difficulty in selling his supposed death. But before they can join the battle, another piece is introduced, the ever-familiar ODM Gear zipline sounds. Considering Pieck was on parody just for the Shiganshina mission, her reaction here is hilarious because you know that she was thinking of just Levi Beyblading around. As for the scouts, the twirly, sweaty zipline boy is the Lord Arifumi Imai's signature effect, but this is not him actually doing the animation. Maybe it is a deliberate nod as a way to immediately create the sense of familiarity, or maybe it's just a happy accident, but hey, it's cool either way. And speaking of things just being cool, the animation of the hammer appearing in the Warhammer's arm is easily like one of my favorite things in all of Attack on Titan. The way we just punch out, the way it appears, everything about it is so cool. I love it. If the Colossals nuke had you sweating bullets because you could instantly go up in a mushroom cloud, then the Warhammer just feels straight up ruthless and dominance. One moment you'll be fighting a Titan, the next he'll come at you dual-wielding the Dragon Slayer and a 1-to-1 Minecraft Diamond Sword replica. It's like really scary. No, but like seriously, in a fair 1-to-1, let's be real, Eren is absolutely cooked. We never learn whether Lara even had much
the
combat
power
experience, but her use of its abilities to immobilize, then immediately strike,
on
then
his side,
hamstring, and so on, make her an absolute menace. Even with Eren's leveled up hardened fists and years of actual combat experience, even getting close enough to just fight her is impossible. Strength doesn't really matter if she can just lob off your head from like 50 meters. And speaking of the fight being, well, just impossible, we also get a few parallels to Reiner's more than a little dicey situation in episode 60, with both of them being pounded by the anti-cannon shells, and us deliberately being shown his exposed nape multiple times. So basically, Eren is unarmed and is in a cage match against an opponent who has literally every weapon at the same time, while also being surrounded by literal artillery. So it is definitely one of the most battles ever. We see the Marleyan dudes even begin to celebrate, saying the Founder might go down right here. But Magath immediately says, no, killing him just restarts this whole ordeal. Considering how much resources Willie and Magath put into this plan, having the Founding Titan just respawn in an unknown Eldian who, most likely, will be just as galvanized against Marley as Eren is definitely not a good outcome. yeah, Willie put in a lot of work into quote-unquote reframing the Eldian people, but like he himself said, Marley has a lot of enemies. If it starts to bleed, why not turn on it completely? Why would smaller nations even bother with this Eldians are no longer bad angle if they can just upset the whole thing? So yeah, killing Eren is an absolute no-go. Problem is, Laura doesn't seem the least bit concerned about capturing Eren's Titans and seems to be exclusively going for one-shots. And that
One
moment of
shots
doubt
every
immediately
time,
showed
yo.
up.
She was really trying to down him.
We get this excellent shot of the hammer just going straight through Eren's hardened fists, prompting Eren to finally emerge from the Titan. As Ashes on the Fire really kicks into high gear, we get a close-up on Eren's emerald greens, and Laura begins to lift the hammer for one final shot.
Eren Yeager.
Number 1, the Usurper Eren Yeager is like the coolest title of all time.
I
Number
know.
2, Ashes on the Fire here, as Eren literally just sits there, coldly staring Laura down, goes unfathomably hard. Number 3,
That was
all the customer
so
Gath clenching his
peak.
teeth as the situation just spirals out of control is perfect direction. And finally, number 4, that screech in the music as everything comes to a grinding halt is perfect. And with Eren then calling for Mikasa, it's like, yep, everything was just thrown upside down again. I don't even have any way to describe this. This is literally just like block after block after block, constantly piling more and more stuff onto the climax. It is cinema. The shot of her just shooting in as one of the classic AOT OSTs kicks in is also absolute cinema.
Absolute
And so is the
cinema.
Warhammer's nape just blasting open as Mikasa falls through the flames. It's so good. My brain genuinely regresses to the question of, how did they make this? I don't think we deserve this. This was unironically so good that I started a YouTube channel. Don't you think that is a bit insane? Taking a step back though, I know a lot of people take the scene of him calling for Mikasa to be some future Eren shenanigans, and while I am the #1 supporter of future Eren shenanigans, I don't think this is really meant to be that. Eren, at this point in time, is aware that this is not where he dies. If anything, he might have been testing whether he could die from the Warhammer so that that vision of the rumbling never happens. Obviously, that doesn't work, and so Eren's assumption is naturally just Mikasa, because that's what she does. She saves him, time after time, always without fail, even if it is from himself. As for Magath, he quickly realizes that what he thought to be the grand entrance was nothing, and the reverse Uno is only being played now.
Yeah.
We see the scouts zipping across the rooftops, all wielding new versions of the gun ODM gear. Yelena introduced them to Luis Serra and the legendary Red 9, so obviously
It was
Hanji
so-
couldn't resist incorporating it into the semi-automatic ODM gear. Even Kenny would be proud.
I
Also, the
know.
shot of
Kenny
Laura
would be
crashing
so
down
giddy
is
right
cinema,
now.
But this wouldn't be overanalyzing if I didn't bring up a few sub versus dub differences. And here, there is a big oddity.
みんな来てくれたんだな Glad to see that all of you made it.
This straight up sounds like a clip from a Season 1 recording. Eren in the scene sounds way too cheery. Like it genuinely sounds like the VA had a big smile on his face, which just seems a little bit jarring to me. I think there must have been miscommunication between the acting director and the actual VA, because the circumstances under which it happens, I don't think they were thinking that this is in the middle of a war and Eren is like this cold monster. Compared to every other line in the episode, and compared to the subversion, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, I genuinely think this reunion happened on a sunny day, and everyone was happy. But no. It is a reunion, yes, but not a ear-wide grin one. It's actually very sad. We then cut on over to the mid-card talking about the Warhammer and its ability to manifest weapons. I'm gonna be real with you, I think the only reason why Isayama even created the Warhammer but locked it away in a secret royal family was because it was 1, so absurdly OP that it being deployed elsewhere would kinda break the story, and number 2, because it is so absurdly OP, having it be the main point of resistance against like everything and everyone at the same time would still create incredible suspense. I love the Warhammer Titan. It is so cool, its transformation is so cool, its ability is so cool, the effects of its abilities are cool, everything about it is just cool. I wish we got to see more of it, but alas. Such a pivotal fighting unit being introduced this late into the story and from a family that, by design, basically never appeared, I think pretty clearly showed us that it's gonna go down pretty quickly and it's not gonna be like a huge playing force. Returning to the episode, Magath makes the call to just deploy everything, basically planning in to box the scouts and simply pick all of them off. In his internal monologue, he again notes that everything is playing out exactly like Willie planned, saying every country is a victim and a witness to their slaughter. But as he goes to say, "But you surely must have realized this," he is cut off by an explosion. I always read this as him thinking, "So that means you think you can win." Or, alternatively, you have someone who can ensure your victory. That assumption is like half true, because yeah, they're here for royal blood, and then it's GG's. So, in theory, they know that everything beyond this point is largely irrelevant. In theory, they can commit every single crime known to man, and they will still win, because that's what they're here for, the ultimate victory. In reality, though, Eren and Paradise's plan is a wild card, and this kind of slaughter is not what the scouts wanted or intended. So Magath's assumption that they must know this just simply won't fly on the international stage is absolutely right. And on that note, we cut to Jean asking Floch what he's doing and then demanding to keep the civilian casualties to a minimum. Floch, however, fires back saying that all he sees are the houses of enemies. I've already yapped about Floch pre-time skip, and we'd of course see the full brunt of this later in the season, but clearly he has been radicalized, and really radicalized himself a lot since Shiganshina. Even the wording he uses is identical to how he described Erwin back in Shiganshina. He is completely blind to nuance, and to him, there really is no difference between a regular civilian and a soldier. And to immediately get this point of contrast between Floch's radicalized ramblings and the reality of the situation, we cut to Mikasa, who very bluntly asks, "Eren, do you have any idea what you've done? You have killed innocent people, kids. You can never take this back." If you recall, we talked about in the last episode with Eren having this moment of realization that he is about to destroy his mother's legacy, this is the follow-up to that. We just talked about Magath suspecting that they must have something else in mind that could justify is not the right word, but like outweigh these inhumane strategies. But Mikasa makes it blatantly obvious that there is nothing. This wasn't a military goal. Eren is largely acting alone. This cruel act of indiscriminate murder and plain terror was just him. You don't come back from that. Paradis doesn't come back from that. Yes, Marley's military command was decimated, so it absolutely has strategic value. But this was not drawn up as a military operation. These were just three devils making a messed up political deal of sorts where a ton of people just got caught up in the crossfire. But Eren never responds, instead turning to the Warhammer and simply saying, "It's not over." Unfortunately, that is true in more ways than one. Him saying it's not over, he's talking about the Warhammer, yeah, but he's also talking about the fact that these monstrous acts of terror, they're not over either. For Eren, this is just the start, and it's like really, really bad and really messed up. As Mikasa zips him out of there, he starts drawing up a new strategy, and then straight up jumps to eating the Warhammer already. So, again, this Eren is a much, much different beast compared to Season 3, where actively capturing Titans was barely even a consideration. Back then, they were fighting for survival. In this episode, Eren is the predator. It's not about slowing it down or just blasting it apart. No, he wants to defeat it and then take the Titan for himself. Before we return to Eren and Mikasa, we cut to the hospital where Colt is turned away. I talked about their story a little out of order, so we already covered the whole helplessness angle, but we still have some great parallels here. Gabi says that she has to know why Udo and Sophia had to die like that. This is the same exact question we've seen asked by Eren and Reiner multiple times in this season. A simple why. Why did any of this happen? Why is something as horrible as war a constant in their lives? It's an existential question that has really been at the heart of Attack on Titan ever since the series began, and even before the fall of Moria. But this season just really begins to focus on that because, well, now it's all about people versus people, and the existential angle of why is all of this even happening becomes a whole lot more bizarre, because why? And that is even further strengthened as Gabi runs into the gatekeepers who goofed around with the kids just a few episodes prior. This is basically her Hannes, a dude that is kinda responsible for them. He's kinda mean to them sometimes, but really, they're still kinda buddies. When it comes down to it, they will drop all the banter and he will obviously try protecting them because they're kids. But this is Season 4, and that innocence is long dead. As the scouts zip by, they are just shots, just like that. One moment they're there, the next, the camera pans up to reveal Sasha. And if that doesn't make you very sad, then I don't know what will, because why? Why did the goofy potato girl have to emotionlessly shoot the goofy guards that were kinda cool, as if they weren't even worthy of consideration? It is again, just why did this even happen? Now, this is still Sasha, so she obviously spares Gabby, but her face is now literally etched into Gabby's eyes. And again, because this is Season 4 of Attack on Titan, where most of the story will focus on the futility and complete loss of hope, this tiny act of basic human kindness will be punished with the ultimate judgment. And even without jumping ahead, moments after gunning down the guards, we see Connie appear, and there is just no spark whatsoever. No witty remark, no creative expression, not even a basic smile. The cool sibling duo is just cold. The quote-unquote goofiest thing here is Connie just forgetting the lights. It just leaves you feeling hollow and really, really sad. What makes me really, really happy, though, is Mikasa versus the Warhammer with a sword, because come on, this goes so hard. A lot of these shots are pure CG, and if you really go frame by frame, you'll notice that some of the textures are quite flat, but in motion, the Mikasa scenes are excellent. It's also important to note that our horseboy Jean has leveled up even further. At this point, he is up there with basically the main POV characters. His leadership ability and his reluctance to lead has always been a major part of his character, but here, he has clearly embraced it. Even in the face of this absolute chaos, he stands calm and collected, saying that they need to take down the Warhammer, but that for now, they stay put, and that anything could happen at this point. Big W's for Jean, he's one of the coolest characters in Season 4, we'll talk plenty more about him. While Mikasa is still soloing the Warhammer, Eren notices that it's actually running on Ethernet instead of Wi-Fi. And so, we get the very beam-worthy scene of Eren just diving off of the roof. But the important detail here is of course him instantly popping the Titan form. Granted, we did see a version of this back in Shiganshina 2 with him also transforming multiple times, but here, he is actively fighting during both of those transformations. But as Eren yoinks the cable, we get another beautiful shot of the Warhammer just collapsing then and there. The aerial shot making it look all the more grand, and again, almost making it feel like we are watching it on the news. I don't know if it's intentional, but I do think that, like at the back of our brains when we see a shot like this, it looks like a news helicopter filming something. So, when we see this, it's, again, as if we are watching it happen in real time. Also, if I said Levi vs. Zeke in Season 3 has me wanting a FromSoft Attack on Titan game, then I'll just say it again, because it's really cool. But with the shell in hand, we flash through everyone watching with bated breath, including Levi, who is waiting for the bat signal. And with the music, oh my god, it is so good. But as we pan over Eren's shoulder, we see the little Spider-Man behind him, and once again, another domino falls as Porco gets right on top of Eren's nape and screams that he will reclaim the Founder. And in that same instant, we see Levi shoot past, and man, the landing with the inverse grips is so cool. I also love the detail of Levi still flying the Wings of Freedom, a sort of a permanent reminder of what he is fighting for. Whereas the rest of the scouts are now in just the all-black uniforms with no capes. Levi obviously wins the Drip King. But much like with Peak, Porco just mutters, "Is that Ackerman?" Like this dude hasn't even seen the Ackermans, but bro is already rattled. I mean, not that I blame him, but it is still funny that he sees a monster and the assumption is immediately just Ackerman. And as the epic chorus of The Warrior kicks in, Porco is absolutely swarmed. All the units on standby, Mikasa, Levi, everyone turns their eyes on him. And so he then just mutters, "Can't you see I'm a Titan? How can a bunch of humans charge right at me with the intent to kill?" This is Porco actually coming face to face with what they've created. A nation of soldiers hyper-specialized against Titans. This won't be the overpowered slaughter he's used to. There won't be any machine guns blasting at him that he can easily rip up. Every single one of them has spent years learning to fight the Titans just to simply exist. I mean, hell, they did something even the Marley military couldn't. Remember that we later learn Marley didn't actually deploy more units because there were too many pure Titans. The scouts cleaned all of them out before Yelena even made contact. And so with that question still in the air, the only reasonable answer he could muster up is, no, these are not humans. They are the devils of Paradis. To him, that is the only thing that makes sense. Everything from their fighting style to even the ODM gear, because keep in mind, the Ice Burst Stone doesn't exist anywhere else. This is just impossible for Marley, pure and simple. And also, let's all be honest, all of our monkey brains were flaring up big time when we saw a literal Titan Shifter just scared out of his mind seeing the scouts. It's very rewarding, but like, the rest of this episode is also really messed up. But it's still very cool. And the final thing I want to do here is take another quick step back for a moment. A lot of this episode has just been me saying cinema, but just to boil down what we just saw. Eren transformed, we were suddenly introduced to the Warhammer Titan, along with the extra support from Marley's anti-cannon shells which decimated Eren. Mikasa then decimated the Warhammer. The Warhammer got back up and seemed invincible. Eren transformed again and then took down the Warhammer in the space of 5 seconds. But in the space of those 5 seconds, Porco appeared and almost brought down Eren. But in the space of 2 seconds, Levi cut his jaw open and Porco got decimated to the point of being boxed in by everyone. To write a climax that is this flip-floppy without it seeming just nonsensical is insane and is exactly why I keep describing it as just a dance. It is done so gracefully, it is so precise and thought out, and don't forget, we still have the Colossal, the Beast, the Armored, the Carts, and the Airship we were conveniently reminded of in the premiere of the season, waiting on the sidelines. It's a crazy episode in terms of raw hype, and it's an episode with some of the most chilling depictions of what the story is actually about. It is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And with that, that is episode 65. Unfortunately, you're not going to see more of me isekaiing myself into Attack on Titan because my recording messed up, and here we are, it's the day of the upload, I sort of need to render this out. So, yeah, sorry. You just have to know that that was the greatest isekaiing I'd done thus far, so it's very sad that you missed out on it, it was so good. But yes, all jokes aside, this is another massive episode, and the next ones are just as big. We are knee-deep into the Liberio craziness, and this is not going to be stopping for quite some time. So with all that being said, next time we have yet another massive climax in this whole ordeal, so I hope to see you back as we continue overanalyzing Attack on Titan. And that's the video.
What's going on YouTube? It's your boy JV. We're back again with another Marvel Rivals video. Today we got something special. We'll be going over how to use the new character, The Thing, who is a tank in the newest season. He just dropped on Friday, which was yesterday. But obviously that's not what we're here for, right? We're not going to be doing that at all times. You got to mix it in with stuff. Now, his right click, which is his alternate attack, is a charged up ability where he charges up, puts in some damage, and he gets a little bit of additional health on there. Now, what's pretty cool, which some people may or may not be aware of yet, is that when you do this charge attack, it actually has some range on it. So testing this out over on the distance area, we're at like 10 meters out, and the attack is still hitting, which is pretty cool. Now, the only thing to know about this is that, of course, because it's a charged attack, you do need to track the enemy that you're trying to hit. That way you can actually get the hit off. But with this being, being able to do like a 10-meter attack, you can see at 15 you're not really able to do nothing. It's really going to be 10 meter is going to be the farthest.
Nothing new. But anywho, about to start. To pick up this and then start.
Can't use this yet. I can't use this yet. I can't use this yet. can't.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It pains me to waste time.
It pains me to waste time. Da, 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 da.
I can't carry anymore.
Stay a while and listen.
63 strength? Damn. That's a lot right there.
Hello! I have found the book.
Once the book has served its purpose, I shall delve into its secrets.
Turn it into a rat king. Oh, turn into a rat. How do I get out? Oh my god, how do I get out? Found it. Oh, me. Because I was trapped. Faster than? Got aura enhanced. He has too much aura. Okay, I quenched it. Oh, okay.
I can't carry anymore.
So this is the one where I gotta really, I'm gonna head to bed in a second. Copy, copy. Dying. Poisoning me.
I need mine. It's locked.
Thank you.
You have fun.
Yes?
fucking nades, man. I was lost for nothing.
can't use this yet.
Good day.
Yes?
I can't use this yet. I can't use this yet. Yet. I can't use this yet.
What a fun.
I can't use this yet. broken. Not enough mana. I can't use this yet.
Oh.
Good morning.
little thirsty. That. Let's go kill Mephisto.
I can't use this yet. I can't use this yet. use this yet.
Damn.
It's locked. It's locked.
Hello.
Good day.
Good day.
Thanks.
I can't use this yet. 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 It's locked. I can't use this yet. I can't use this yet.
Gonna be one of those.
Hello.
Serious, man.
Greetings.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Not enough mana. I can't use this yet.
Lots of back and forths.
Good morning.
Yes?
I'll put that to good use.
I can't use this yet. I can't use this yet. I need a key. It's locked. I need mana.
Woo! Got it.
Good journey, Mephisto. Give my regards to the Abyss. I need mana.
Go through the gates of hell. Cinematic time.
I did as you told me, Tyrael. I found the temple of the Zakarum. In the deepest recesses of the temple, I found a dark gathering. My companion, the Wanderer, Tal Rasha, and a great evil who could only be the Lord of Hatred himself. Mephisto. I heard a voice that, like 1,000 needles in my heart.
My brothers, at long last we stand reunited. The infernal blade has been prepared, and the time of our final victory is at hand. Let the way to hell be opened. And the evil that was once vanquished shall rise anew. Wrapped in the guise of man, shall he walk amongst the innocent, and terror shall consume they that dwell upon the earth. The skies shall rain fire, and the seas will become as blood. The righteous shall fall before the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
What I saw then was not meant for mortal eyes.
The gate stands ready. Now, my young brother, the time has come to assume your true form.
Yeah.
The wise Diablo. Lord of Terror.
Terror.
You are a harbinger of our return, Diablo. Send forth your terror into hell.
The time has...
I'll put that to good use.
You better.
It's good to see you again, hero. Here's a...
Hail to you, champion.
Hail to you, champion.
Well, everybody, thank you for coming in. That's the end of the stream.